Hello, 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 hello. But yep, today we'll be continuing the fossil we can't indeed be doing that. We did indeed be hitting yesterday 1k on both of the hunts, so that's something. Something indeed. Guessing how far we'll be going today. In Sword, it is definitely possible to be hitting half the odds. Not today, but tomorrow. Like that indeed. See, indeed. There may or may not be thunderstorm coming in. I'm not too certain on that. There was one like an hour ago. The second one might be hitting us. But if it hits, it hits. It's not a big deal, you know. It doesn't really be doing anything that if it do be hitting us, you know, I'll be just be continuing with my hunts as one do. It's still so unlikely that we would be getting a power outage. Let's get coping then indeed. If you're not too surprised, I haven't still been doing like anything My sound settings are high. Yep. But yeah, indeed, I haven't done anything because, as I said, don't need to be doing anything, so I'm not gonna be doing anything. Indeed. But yep. Let's see, indeed. I feel like we're gonna be getting quite close to 2k. We're not gonna be hitting 2k, but we're gonna be getting quite close to 2k on Sword today. I would be so happy if I could be hitting 1500 in Soul Silver, but I highly doubt that. But, you know, it would be cool. Be quite cool indeed. But yep. There's only very few hunts that I can think of that I would need to be preparing for, and they are mostly in Scarlet and Violet. If I want to be doing like outbreaks, for example. You know, I need to be doing something for those, also getting sandwich ingredients, but yeah. I'm so glad that there honestly isn't too many hunts that one needs to be, you know, set upping for. There's some in other games, but I don't really know what there could be in Sword and Shield. Because all the ones that I can think of, I kind of will be doing beforehand. I don't know, on stream specifically. You love that sneeze is almost out. Besides, nope. Yeah, my nose has been today very like... I don't know, ticklish. It's just has been feeling like, you know, that... has been feeling like it is indeed. A lot of sneezing. But I don't know, some days be like that. Sometimes be like that indeed, and there's nothing that one can do indeed. But yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good day today. As usual, I'm having an okay-ish day myself. There's nothing too bad is going on today, but nothing too exciting either. I mean, I'm supposed to be getting my phone case today, but it's gonna be happening at some point indeed. I mean, it should be happening right now, but, you know, things happen. And you ever be trusting, you know, when a company says that things are happening in certain times? Not really, unfortunately. But you know, they're trying their best though, you know. I'm trying to impress, indeed. So you never know what ever is gonna be hitting that day. No matter what it is, indeed. Nothing too interesting, indeed, but I've been thinking about more like the gimme goal situation, indeed. I think I will be checking quite a good amount of them off stream first. And then if I don't find it off stream, then, you know, I'll be doing that on stream as well. But yeah. We'll see. If I find it, I find it. If I don't, I don't. Yeah, it's easy as that. It do be easy as that. I have a kind of idea in mind what I'll be doing for it, like to be making it easier, hopefully to be spotting. But you know, I need to be doing some testing and stuff for it first, of course. But we'll see, we'll see. If I find, I find. If I don't, I don't. It is what it is. It is indeed a little bit... more than, you know, the it's a little bit over than the, you know, base odds in Scarlet and Violet, no matter what. It's a little unfortunate, but they wanted to be special. And indeed, unfortunately, it's again the case that it's only the 5-star ones, so... And without, like, going ahead and checking it out, you can be knowing is it a 5-star or not. You need to be going ahead and checking every single one of them out first. So... It do be tedious. I'm glad, though, that the special dens, though, they are marked differently, because I don't... If that wouldn't be the case, that would be so much more of a pain. Like, could you imagine if they wouldn't be marking down the special dens? How annoying would it be to be finding them? Like, it would be insane. Oh. Oh, it's not a cat. Just one of her toys, indeed. Let's double check these then. Oh. Just to be sure. Oh, I wasn't even there. I kind of lost my like where I was when, you know, I did accidentally switch into the ribbons page, you know. This Pokemon have so many chances for ribbons. Remarks, same thing. They're on the same tab. Yeah, mark, but they are giving titles, but they are in the ribbons page. It is a shame because I'm pretty sure that these dudes can't be getting, you know, marks because marks are supposed to be only with wild Pokemons. So imagine how cool it would be. I mean, it would be annoying to be hunting these though, if you want to be getting them as marked and shiny for sure, but it would definitely be something special. If you could, you know, because I'm pretty sure you can't. I could be wrong. And considering the fact that, you know, you can be getting marks from like eggs and stuff because it's supposed to be only from wild Pokemons. Which kind of makes sense, but it is kind of disappointing that, you know, the worms from like eggs can be having marks. It's understandable, I suppose, but still. Also, let me add those numbers because I forgot to add them. Even though in Soul Silver I'm gonna be soon adding more. But better to be remembering now, I suppose. But yeah. Nothing there. I mean, I could. Gonna be doing it on the next reset, but I could be turning it upside down. Is there a specific reason why you're asking it? How are you doing, Orgamonio? Well, hope you're having a good day. I mean, it doesn't really add that much time, so I don't really care. And I rather with being there so I can straight away nickname it if I want to. It doesn't really add that much time. And I'd rather be seeing it there, you know? Cooler to be seeing in that screen. Honestly, the only thing that matters really that much is that you turn off the sound effects. And that is the only thing that really adds up time. The only time that I honestly will be turning off nicknaming is when I'm doing eggs. Because any other time I don't really care that they are on, because they don't add any extra time, really. And it's nicer to be able to nickname if I'm not smashing the button straight away, the dude. Saves one trip to the Poke Center. There we go, that's done there. Should be so done with the Caputos. I will say though, if I could turn off nicknames, I would definitely do it in Soul Silver. But unfortunately, you can't. There we go. Thing there. And also, I don't care to be too efficient with my hunts anyways. I don't mind if things take, in quotes, longer because I'm not doing them efficiently. Because I'm not doing efficiently in Soul Silver anyways. It would be more efficient just to be checking one at a time. But I want to be checking 5. And I will still say that at least in Sword I can be immediately like exiting out of the nicknaming menu, unlike in Soul Silver. I need to be pressing specific buttons that are kind of annoying to be getting into. I like that people are trying to be making my hunts to be more efficient, but I'm like, I don't really care. I want to be hunting some shinies in some specific ways. Either because I have already started in and have been doing it so long like that, or I just want it in that specific way. Yes, it might be taking longer, but I don't care. I have time. I get them when I get them indeed. Oh, to plug in. There we go. Now it's locked in indeed, so it's not complaining that it's soon to be out. I guess he was in charge long yesterday then. It doesn't actually matter that much because it's not that big of a deal. It's just more annoying to be honestly. It's more annoying to be having like Joy-Cons plugged in. It's so annoying. They limit your movement so much because I, like, no matter what I pretty much do, I can be putting them to charge in a way that they wouldn't be annoying. They're like always too short of a cord. So I always try to be, charging the Joy-Cons. Off stream indeed. Or it was no. When at least it's ready there, I suppose. If I'm ever gonna be doing anything with that. Which for the answer is no. Oh jeez. I will say I hope that one thing will be remaining a feature in Pokemon games, and it's that you can be nicknaming Pokemons that you haven't gotten yourself. I really hope that that is gonna be a case forever. Because it's so nice. I mean, do you really need it that many times? Not really, but the thing is as well that more of a thing that if you forget to nickname the Pokemon before you transfer it to home and stuff from another game, or from even from like DS, 3DS kind of things. It, you know, could be kind of nice if you could be like re-nicknaming them indeed. So I really wish that that will be going on. I mean, you know, in Sword and Shield it's the case that you can only be doing it once per Pokemon, but it's nice that it's there still. Very nice indeed. That's all. Oh, by the way, I found it quite funny that you know, I wasn't really looking for info about Gimme Goal, but I kinda was. Because I kind of expected like things would be working the same as they did last time. Guess why wouldn't they be? That it was quite funny that I think like someone like said that if regular hunters want to be hunting these things, then you know, good luck, basically. But yeah, remember that technically the rarest shiny that you can be getting is from Terror Raids in Scarlet and Violet. If we're not gonna be adding like marks and stuff on top of that, but the shiny odds are the worst in those. And will forever be. Because I doubt that at this point they would be introducing us to another like method that would be worse than base odds. What do you? Do be what it do be indeed. As I remember, not too long time ago, I did like scroll up on my phone and kind of was seeing like what kind of the very much true and not clickbait at all thumbnail articles were about. And the funniest thing ever that I did see there was that someone said that they did get very lucky to be getting a rare shiny, and there was a Scarlet and Violet picture. And then it was like, no, he got it in another game. It was like, I think a shiny Rayquaza. But you know, unfortunately those kinds of articles are a thing forever and always. They're, sometimes quite funny to be reading about. But, I mean, I kind of well know that if they are indeed complete garbage. I mean, technically right, it's a rare Pokemon, but at the same time, not really. Probably the craziest thing was that I think it was in PDSP found. And as I say, in my opinion, it's the case that PDSP is the game that you don't really hunt in that much, especially legendaries. Not just because, shiny odds are of course base odds no matter what, but more of the thing that the resets take long and the setup can be taking quite a while as well. Because you need to be getting certain shards, and the shards are down to luck. You should be finding them relatively easily, but it's still there though. It's still there. But it do be what it do be indeed. Fun things, that's for sure. I was thinking, since remakes are a thing, yeah, of course. I don't think that the black shoe and white shoe, I don't think that they did use too much of touchscreen. I could be wrong, but I don't think that there was that much. I mean, there was like some things that you could do with it, but you didn't have to, per se. But it seems to be the case, though, for Nintendo that when it comes down to Pokemon games, the first of a game that is released into the console, if it has some sort of like special like thing like touchscreen for DS, I suppose gyro controls for both 3DS and who is it? What is it? The funny thing of fun is called Switch. Switch was more used for sure. With Let's Go. Was still used in some 3DS Pokemon games, but wasn't that much. Which I'm glad of, because I will say for me that made some games not to be too enjoyable, even though I didn't play that many DS or 3DS games myself. But it did make them more annoying. Because I don't know about you, but I still do be preferring to be using a little of a chunky of a joystick of sorts to be moving about instead of like moving the entire system. But each to their own. I know that there is people that do be enjoying them a bunch, of course, and no, wrong. Once again, you do you. Whatever you like. It's fine by me. It's just, I rather not. If it's like small movement, then I'm more fine with it. But if it's like you need to be very precise with it, it's annoying. It is very much of annoyance indeed. I'm doing pretty decent progress indeed. Already. It's pretty nice. Already at 100 checks, so definitely this hour it should be possible to be hitting one more like full check indeed. Should be. Don't know why then yesterday was slow day for the encounters, but as I said yesterday though, it is what it is. Some days you just be getting more checks done than others, but still happy about any amount of progress that one can be doing. Still happy on that indeed. It's already root fossil time, what do you mean? I love it though. It's just like, what do you mean? It's already root fossil time. What do you mean? Happens indeed. I got now a Caputo that is all A's. Because I wasn't really paying attention what I was doing in that game. Let's go! I mean, I did do it like once with Aerodactyl as well, or once or twice. I don't remember. There was just a bunch of A's the entire way through. I love it. We're just nicknaming them. Bunch of A's. One thing I will say that is quite surprising to me when it comes down to Scarlet and Violet is that, in my opinion, it's quite well said that if there is like a mass outbreak event happening, that it like says pretty well in what area it is in. It's just like so surprising how many people are like, how is this Pokemon, you know, here? And why do I only have this Pokemon? But like, I understand it, you know, you don't want to be buying the DLC, you just want to be having the base game. I understand you want to just be having the base game, but in my opinion, in every single time that there has been like an outbreak event in Scarlet and Violet, it is very well said that in which area it's found in. Sometimes it just makes sense because it's only available normally in that area, which usually indicates in what area it's in. There's been few exceptions to that, but you can kind of think it in the way that if it's normally in that area, it's gonna be... if it's normally in that area, it's gonna be there in and out in the outbreak events as well. It usually be like that indeed. At least so far today, the Joy-Con hasn't been having any issues, but you know, it usually doesn't start straight away. Anyways, but could be that, you know, indeed the charging did help it. Or like, anyways, be connected to this switch. So they could very well be helping it out indeed. Never truly know what fixes the Joy-Cons sometimes. Or any other controller, to that matter. I can just all of a sudden decide that they are not gonna be working, but they can also be deciding that they are gonna be working randomly as well. Double checking time. Should be each. And a little bit extra. I'm most likely gonna be doing one more set on Soul Silver. I definitely can be doing a full reset before we're gonna be having a break because an hour has been going indeed. What? We'll see indeed. What? Indeed, as I said, indeed. Indeed. Hour has passed soon indeed, so indeed it means that we're gonna be having a break indeed, as usual, about 3 minutes indeed. That's how long about the ads are gonna be playing in indeed. And as usual, I'll be stopping the hunting while it's going, so in the case of a shiny, you're not gonna be missing out on it indeed. So, you know, even though it's not that much, but it's still nice of a break for me as well. It do be. There's the one set that I was able to do there. I can almost be getting another one done. I don't think that I can be fully be getting another one done though. Gonna be very close though. I've been accidentally nicknaming both of these caboodles from this one, and there's two females. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Yeah, probably one more check on Sword indeed, which is this one, and then I'll leave it there for now. Go ahead and collect that fossil though in Soul Silver, since you know I'm not gonna be checking them until I have a full party of them anyways. So it doesn't matter indeed. There we go. Let's leave it there for now, continuing soon. Be getting going soon then indeed. Let's move on indeed. Yeah, I'm gonna be soon done with another set on Soul Silver. Indeed. So it's gonna be taking too long. Yeah, until that point, indeed. Yep. It's already done. I knew it wouldn't be taking too long. Indeed. There we go. It's technically a possibility that I could be hitting 150 checks in this hour. Sword. It's technically a possibility, but I don't think so. Still. That would be kind of cool. Be kind of cool indeed. Because we're soon gonna be having there indeed another reset. Like to say like 4 more there to go indeed, and then we would be done. There will be only a few more on Soul Silver as well. So, you know, a reset coming in soon. I suppose that in the next hour we can be hitting the shiny charm mods, which as I said doesn't really matter, but interesting milestone to be hitting indeed. But yeah, interesting indeed. Here we go. Let's check these and then double check the sword ones, and nothing is found, and you know, we keep on going indeed. Should be all of them. It would be so tempting to be doing inverted. shiny hunt indeed, but the problem is, of course, since I'm not really encountering them, I can be seeing the shininess, apart from, of course, going to the Pokédex, not the Pokédex, but the Pokemon box and checking there for the star. I mean, I could technically do it without it, but it's gonna be quite hard, indeed. Gonna be quite hard indeed to be doing that. Another root fossil there. Indeed. Quite interesting there. 3 out of those 5 were female. Also, I have talked about it before that I feel like starters should be having like different gender ratios. I know, of course, why it's not the case. Because they are supposed to be rare, and if there is less of the female one, it makes it rarer because it's hard to be getting more of them. But I would still be wishing that there could be some of them could be indeed like that, they would be having more females than males. I've talked about a few of them, like Chikorita and Pavlio being one of the 2 that I would be wishing that would be having the reversed gender ratio, for example, indeed. But I feel like it could be extended to some of the other, like, mass groups of one in every age is female or something like that. Some people say there is a female for every 7 male ones sometimes. But anyways, where the like gender ratio is more likely to be male than female. Because I feel like there's at least 2 fossils that I would be wishing to be more female than male, and they are Omora and Aurorus and Lileep and Greydilly. Those are at least like 2 that I would be wanting to be that way. Don't know what is specifically about them that will be making me feel like they should be more female. But I would like it to be the case. I know that indeed it's the case that why it is in quotes so rare to be getting the female one compared to the male one. As I said, it is something to do with breeding and makes it make sense why they are not everywhere. But still, especially nowadays, it doesn't seem like there is really a lack of, you know, starters and fossils. So I don't really see how it applies anymore. I mean, is it a little strange that it would be change on the go? Yeah, what do I care? No. I honestly couldn't care less. It just would be cool, in my mind, indeed, if it would be the case. Yep. Lovely, lovely, indeed. I wonder could the actual reason why the fossils can be breeding of the, you know, Galar varieties specifically. I wonder if the reason is that they would be even more mixed match. Apart from them to be genderless, but you know, it hasn't been an issue before for most Pokemons. But I feel like if we would be having the, in quotes, the pure ones, we could be breeding them. But probably because they would be getting even more messed up, they don't want us to be breeding the Galar fossils. Which, you know, makes sense. I do be fine with it, it's just strange. Just a little strange indeed. Here we go. Be down there indeed. You know what I like when people be doing it? Is that if they make like tutorials or facts about things, that they would be either in the title description or the comments would be making like an update if something would be changing. Because I would really like that indeed. Because things in games can be switching quite a bit and, you know, stuff along those lines. For example, I think of Pokemon-wise, one of the greatest examples is like how to be hunting down a Manaphy. I feel like that is one of the best ones because like over the years there has been so many videos that has been made out of it, and so many of them are wrong. I mean, do we really know what's true and what's not? Not really, because you never know, you can be always be modifying the game, I suppose, but yeah. There is like so many people, especially nowadays, are making like, for Manaphy specifically, they are making like certain info, so you know, I do be quite well trusting them indeed. It's insane how many are interested enough to be doing it, you know, some even be successful and catching it as well. Specifically the one that you can be getting from the Pokemon Rangers. Specifically that one. Hasn't been, for my knowledge, being caught that many times. It has definitely been like more than it has been before. Or when first the videos about how lengthy of a process it is did come out. It has been quite a good amount of years indeed. Yesterday I was talking about like the costumes in Battle Revolution. It's kind of one of those things that, you know, like games are so old and maybe like not for everyone of a hunt. Which, you know, fair enough. I would still be wishing that Manaphy could be hunted in some other way. But yeah. But it's an interesting hunt for sure. If I ever will be able to be doing it, it's gonna be very interesting. And I definitely would be liking to be getting it. That's a thing, but Don't know, don't know. Probably the most annoying part is that it doesn't show that it's shiny on the hatching screen. It's probably one of the more annoying things about hunting down Menifee. But it's interesting. Like, I think it's kind of hard to be saying what hunt is the most difficult hunt, you know? Because it really depends on, like, how you're... How do you want to be, like, putting it to the scale? Because there is the kinds that just to be taking forever to be set upping for, like, munchlags from honey trees. But it's kind of the same thing that the setup takes a lot of time in quite a good amount of hunts. This Menifee also takes like a long time to be doing it. Depends on how many eggs you want to be doing at once, of course. That to be making a difference. How many consoles are you running as well and everything like that. But yeah. It'll be interesting, it'll be interesting. But yeah, I will say that for me, like, hunt isn't difficult if it takes a long time to be set upping for. I feel like more difficult hunt is like a one that you can be facing a lot on. That's how I personally will be saying like hunt is hard. Because setuping can be taking a while, the hunt itself can be taking a while, but it doesn't necessarily make it for me difficult. It's just time consuming if it takes a long time. Like indeed, like honey trees are one of the greatest examples in that you know it does take a while to be setting them up, but then you are good to go for a little bit. Munchlax is a little bit of a pain, not gonna lie. Because even if you would be knowing the tree, then you need to be rolling the luck that it is actually there. Like even if, yeah, indeed, if you even if you would be knowing that it's there, it's kind of hard to be sure about it. I don't know, honestly, I think like I would consider myself like Honey 3 Pokemons to be more difficult as a hunt than Manaphy is. Because for Manaphy, as long as you have the eggs, you can just be transferring them between games. So it's not that bad. At least something like Manaphy Hunt you can be really facing on. The only way that you could be facing on it if you would be accidentally going into grass and get an encounter. But I feel like that's quite unlikely. But I could be wrong, of course. Oh. Hello, Lily. Funny. Hello, Lily. How are you doing? Goodbye, Lily. I didn't even get to see you. Today is the day of yawns, I see. I do not be that big of a deal indeed, but interesting nonetheless. Hello, Dark Rio. I'm doing quite fine. Thanks for asking how you're doing yourself. That's good to hear. Up to interesting hunts today? Are you? Nice. Well, hopefully you'll be getting something then. I don't know, you could be finding something and doing cool indeed. Always an option. Yeah, sure. Appreciate you stopping by indeed. As always. One thing that I was thinking of talking about yesterday, but never got around to be talking about it, is that it's quite funny that the two of the most broken Pokemons are a random fossil creation and a Shuckle. Those are the two that can be destroying things a bunch. And then there is Reggie, like that, you know, can be destroying speed so much that it doesn't care. I don't know. That's not as impressive as doing like a ridiculous amount of damage though. Who would have been thinking that Shuckle would be a one that would be doing a ridiculous amount of damage? Is it in very specific circumstances? Yeah, but it doesn't matter, it's still a possibility. What do you? Does it really matter that though that something like Shackle can be doing ridiculous amount of damage? No, but it's still there. Oh no. I mean, it happens, of course. I usually don't knock them down. They usually run away from me. It's my usual way of failing shinies. Or then KOing themselves. I don't think that I've ever knocked down a shiny. I could have at some point. It's always a possibility, but I don't think that I have really done it by an accident. Usually if I would be doing it, I would be doing it on purpose. Which reminds me, there is actually one shiny that I have knocked down. And it was Starly that was uncatchable. And to be fair, I don't really whittle down the HP of any Pokemon, so I don't really know that. There's very few times that I've been lowering their HP. Not taking the crit risk. If I would be like wiggling them down, I would be using something like False Swipe instead. Since it's kind of easily available in most games, especially newer ones. Some of the older ones it's a little bit harder to be doing. But yeah, I'm indeed the type of shiny hunter that I don't really wiggle down the HP. I just throw Pokeballs mostly. The only games that I'm kind of doing them in very rarely is if whenever is a game that I can be doing legendary scene. For those I tend to be doing that. Not always, but sometimes. And then in Scarlet and Violet, because it doesn't matter, because I'll be going ahead and you know, saving before it anyways. So it doesn't really matter that much. Or hopefully you can be getting them again, indeed. Hopefully you can be reclaiming them. They weren't anything that bad. The best of luck with that, indeed. There thankfully isn't really that many Pokemons that I would like to be reclaiming that I more or less haven't done already. Of course, always like when there is Safari Week, like those that run away are always kind of a target, then not every single one, some more than others. For example, I did lose a Magmar, but I don't really care that much that I did lose it. Because I already did have in the same save file, I did have already a Magmar. It's annoying, but it's not the end of the world by any means. Could have been worse indeed. But still, probably the goal that I want to be achieving one day is to be getting 1% Zuril in Great Marsh that is specifically male. It's gonna be taking ages, but you know, it happens when it happens and it's gonna be worth it. But that is like kind of my main target to like at some point be getting apart from like the daily Pokemons that spawn there. But you know, we'll see. We'll see. Can always be going there if I want to at any point of the year, but most likely, same with the fossils, that most likely just when there is like a specific like week for them in quotes. It's not the biggest fan of hunting in either of the ways. I don't mind them, of course. If I wouldn't like to be doing them, I wouldn't be doing them, you know. Yes, that. So another set done. I will say though it's not that far off actually to be hitting 150 checks this hour. It's not that far off at all. It's gonna be not necessarily hard to be achieving, but it's gonna be getting close. I'll be getting close indeed. We'll see. If it happens, of course. If it doesn't, then, you know, as I said, it's not the end of the world. No. We can be getting the checks done very quickly after, anyways. Let's see. No Kabutos. Should be everything. Yep. Yep, I'm gonna try to squeeze in indeed one more full check. You know, resetting on both games. As I said, it happens if it happens. If it doesn't, happen. It doesn't happen. It's just gonna be very close. Indeed. password, of course, being the main issue. Pretty decent though. Pretty decent indeed. I have like again recently kind of started to be playing random games on my own, just to be, chilling. And one that I've been playing recently, it's like a more or less story-based game, as most games be that I've been enjoying playing lately. I feel like it's unnecessary to be saying, of course, not like sponsored or anything, but I just like the game. It is a little kitty big city or something like that. It's such a nice game. It's very buggy at times, I'm gonna say. It's a nice one nonetheless. I really do be liking it indeed. A fun thing indeed. I would like to say that I probably will be done with it this night, indeed, and then move on to other things, indeed. But we'll see, we'll see. But indeed, soon another hour has passed, so I would be suggesting if you haven't taken a break, take a break indeed. Taking breaks every once in a while do be good indeed. If hungry, eat. If thirsty, drink and stuff along those lines. And, as always, do be remembering to be staying hydrated. It's easy thing to be forgetting, but such an important thing to be remembering. Especially during the warmer months. Which I know that is only half of the world, but still. Take breaks if needed indeed. Do be understandable, but I always do be appreciating you. Even if you be lurking indeed. Appreciate you being there. There we go. Oh, one more set to go, which should be doable. Before we're gonna be having another break indeed. Being quite efficient, I think that there hasn't been a shiny Arctovish, but there could be. That's why I do be doing double checking anyways. As I said, for me, the one that I have the least confident that I will be able to see is Arctovish. Everything else I feel like is pretty easy. Arc the Soul is also gonna be a little bit more difficult, but I feel like I should be seeing it easier. But the only way to find out how easy it is to be finding it, you know? Because like the main thing that I'm looking for is like a little bit of purple that, or actually it is quite a bit of purple that it has on like the, like, is it like jaw? Like the lower jaw, maybe? I don't really know, but anyways, there's the purple part, then that's like kind of why what I try to be concentrating more on. Because I feel like that is the place that it would be the easiest to see. But it's interesting that the, like, whatever it is, the jaw or whatever it is, it's the same color as the fin in the regular coloring, but in the shiny form it's two different things. It's very interesting. There we go indeed, we were able to be doing 150 this hour. That's pretty good. Not gonna be able to do one like that on next hour. Because I don't like have almost anything like started up on the next one. So we're gonna be having break very soon. Still no time to be double checking these. Of course, as usual. I think that's all. It's one more. Oh boy, I'm gonna leave it there. Continuing as usual after the break to be done indeed. It's coming in soon. Anything interesting happening? Go. It's so interesting that there is literally nothing. It's literally nothing. So many things going on that the game can keep up. Silly. Love it. Happens, I suppose, indeed. Well, don't know then. I would like to be checking out what's going on there, but I suppose I can't. Let's reset the games. Get ready to be getting going. Let's get going indeed. Not that bad. It would be quite funny if this hour would be only, in quotes only, 100, but I feel like it's probably gonna be, if nothing really bad is gonna be going on, it's gonna be another like 125. I feel like that indeed. Someone's moving furniture once again. Why? Like, I'm fine that you want to be changing layout or you want to be cleaning, but could you please be, you know, lifting them instead of dragging them on the floor? As I said plenty of times, it's just damaging and you need to be paying if you're gonna be damaging the floor. You're gonna be paying for it. Also, apparently someone that was living in an apartment building or something like that. I don't remember, was it like rent or were they owning the place? I want to wait until they're done with moving. But anyways, they did replace like the front door. And they forgot to like switch it back, so they needed to be paying quite a hefty fee. Technically, you know, we could be doing that as well. But you know, we would need to be, you know, be placing the correct door back. For example, we don't necessarily need to, you know, rebuild the place where our dishwasher is, because it's the dishwasher. There's a place for dishwasher, but at the same time you can be just using it as another storage place. we don't need to be putting it together, but we need to be having everything that goes there, you know. That, you know, then, you know, whoever moves in next can either be installing the dishwasher or the funny thing of funness called the cabin or their cabin, I don't know, thing anyways. Technically, if you don't have the license, you can't be installing it. Which is like quite important in here, for example, since, you know, it do be apartment building and we do be renting and everything. They are quite strict on that, so technically if they would like to question, we could be showing them proof. I will also say that I don't know if I would like to even be... I don't know if I even would like to be installing a dishwasher in here, because it's so annoying. Because when the dude was doing it, he didn't have enough room, almost, to be doing anything. Since, no, first of all, this is a very old house, and second of all, because, you know, it's not really meant to be having one. Because it's an old house. But still gonna be, you know, be happening there, but it's just, you know, not there. I will say though, even though we do be having like one bigger like sink like section and then one smaller one, I would be wishing that we would be having two big ones or one even bigger one, so, you know, washing dishes would be like better. I know that there really isn't enough room, but at the same time I don't really care. I feel like it can be arranged. But, you know, do be what it do be, these dudes are not gonna be really updating the house that much. Even though most likely when we are gonna be moving out, they're gonna be, you know, updating the place. Because they have done it for some of the places in here, like since we have been in here, that when people move out, they are gonna be having the place made better indeed. But if I remember correctly though, the two places that they have done were kinds of ones that, you know, the previous, you know, dude, they kind of destroy the place. Not necessarily destroy, but it was like too broken, so it was easier to be easier and more like cost efficient to be making it new instead of like try to be fixing it just a little bit. Don't remember that much. Don't really care though. Definitely nice though that they are, you know, doing things. Or try to be fixing things indeed. I mean, of course, like they have like a certain things that they need to be doing in specific situations. As it is with anything and everything in here, that, you know, up until a certain point you need to be doing things. If you are indeed the owner of the place. Because there is few things that we never need to be paying for if we or if the thing does break down, because they are necessary things. For example, like oven and fridge slash refrigerator. They're usually one same thing in here, because it's a lot cheaper to be buying them in like together than, you know, separate ones. And also because they are usually the ones that can be easily be put into the space that they are wanting to be in as well. It depends. It depends indeed. One thing that we need to be paying ourselves is, for example, like the fire alarm. We need to be paying for that, like battery if it runs out. If, you know, a light goes out, we need to be buying a new one. But, you know, those are like small fees that you need to be paying, honestly. So, you know, it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, it do be what it do be indeed. No, I'm definitely not saving. Otherwise, I will be losing all of these fossil parts. And we'll be need to be getting more at some point. There we go. But yeah, I didn't think that it would be possible to be hitting this hour, the shiny charm, like, encounter amount in quotes. As I said a bunch of times, it doesn't matter. But I still like to be having, like, you know, certain numbers that I'm looking for when I'm hunting, you know. They're nice to be reaching. Nice to be reaching indeed, for one reason or another. But it, actually, now I start to think about it. How much time I have been spending today? How much I have to be going for the 1,500 on Soul Silver? It actually isn't as far-fetched as I thought. It is still, like, incredibly unlikely that I'll be hitting it, but it's not impossible by any means. If I do, I'm, very happy about it, of course. But I'm not gonna be pushing myself today until I do be hitting it, of course. If it's not, like, relatively close. As I said, I really like to be keeping these, like, nice and, in quotes, short in the way that I don't need to be resetting my camera. Because usually around, like, 6.5 hour mark, it do be going down to a reason. Don't know what the reason is, but certainly is easy to be fixing. So it's not that big of a deal. And red or not. Here we go. But depends on how close we do be getting to the... How close do we be getting to the funny thing of funness called... 1,500 point indeed. It depends on that, can we be hitting 2k there? It would be crazy if we could, but I don't know. Technically should be possible, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see indeed. Because in 3 hours I can be in 2 hours I can be doing 150 encounters. In 4 hours it's 300. And in 6 hours it's 450-ish. It's like the average. If I go with the average, just 75, which I like to be going with. So, it's unlikely, but could happen. Some hours can be more fossil checks than others. As we did see today, with the last hour being 150. Which is still insane. But I love to see it. Love to see it for sure. But anyways, I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for or get something indeed. But as always, remember that progress is progress no matter what. Take breaks if it is needed indeed. And the shiny will be appearing at some point if you are willing to be putting enough time. Some are quicker than others for sure. They do be. It's just the nature of the game. Some Pokemon are easier to find than others. And that of course extends to hunting them as well. Whatever way you want. Do you want them to be shiny? Do you want them to be perfect? But in my opinion, it's always worth it though. Always worth it indeed. And still, there is, in my eyes, absolutely no wrong and right way to be hunting things. if you are doing them in a game without modifying it into an extent. As I said before, I'm completely fine with, shiny lock removals. It's just, if you are doing something else to it, then, then it's not really cheat, but, as long as you don't use it online, I couldn't really be caring less. Because in my opinion, still like, you do what you want to be doing in single player games. That is also kind of up to an extent, because the only thing that I don't really like when people sometimes be doing it is, again, I'm talking about Minecraft, but anyways, like when in Minecraft they are bringing like hardcore and then all of a sudden they are making it multiplayer so people are helping out. I kind of understand it, and everyone is still in hardcore and everything, but it just kind of feels cheesy. Again, like, each to their own, but it's technically, like, nothing wrong with it, but it's just, like, a little cheesy. Like, I don't mind, like, if people are playing, like, multiplayer hardcore, like, I'm fine with it. Do what you do. It's just, like, I feel like it should be either single player or multiplayer. But I understand, people want to be speeding things up so they don't take ages. It is fine. It's just, personally, I wouldn't be doing it, The world is either meant to be multiplayer or single player for me. There we go. Check this out then. And then double check these little guys, and then we're gonna be resetting. Should be everything. Yep. Once again, even a little extra there. But thankfully, it doesn't matter. Good morning, EEST. How are you doing? That's good to hear. Did you find anything else apart from the comfy last night? Nice. Yo, that's a good sandwich. First Chinese is pretty good. But yeah, I did touch upon it a little bit today already, but I have plans for the gimme goal. Oh, you were lucky last night then. Nice. I mean, they are high odds, of course, but still, it doesn't mean anything that the things are high odds if you're just unlucky. But nice. But yeah, I touched upon it already that I think that I'll be doing a little bit of in quotes hunting for the gimme goal off stream. And then on stream as well. If I find it off stream, then you know I'll be leaving it so I can be resetting and giving it to people. Because I know it's an absolute pain to try to be getting a shiny gimme goal. Little bit over full odds. And only 5-star ones are giving you anything that can be shiny. You can be lucky at getting it on the first one, you could be getting unlucky and not get it on the entire time of the event. What do be, what it do be, indeed. It just is kind of annoying to be, of course, looking for it in a way. But I have few plans in mind where it should be a little bit easier to be seeing is it shiny or not. Because I have like thinking that I would be like getting it like another view that would be like zoomed in on it. You can see it before you knock it down, but it's easier to be seeing if you have knocked it down. For sure. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. If I get it, you know, as I said, I'll be giving it to people, resetting my game. I will say that I will be maybe hunting another one down so I could be getting 2 on that file, but we'll see. We'll see. As I said, it's a good way to be getting a bunch of EXP candies. If they haven't changed that much since last time. So that's good. I'll be hydrating on the next reset. Which is most likely gonna be a single reset. I don't think that it's that close to being for both games. Oh my god, there's the road fossil. Nice. Side trade then. we go. Oh yeah, EST, if you're still here, I have a question for you. Don't know if you have left for work or something like that already. Oh. Honestly, I haven't been moving the camera too much today. I don't know what I've been doing any differently than yesterday. Something, for sure. I just don't know what I have been doing any differently. The camera hasn't been moving that much today. I don't mind it, of course. Don't need to be centering it too much. It's not like I'm like, you know, doing anything indeed any different. I'm like resting my hand on the same spot, basically. Mm. Might have been able to be getting it in better spot today. This, of course, the camera is moving off stream to like different places. Because I'm not gonna be keeping the camera there the entire time. It's in my way already. So whenever I can be having it out of my face, I will. Is that the last one? Yep. It is. Check these out then. Nothing there. Double checking these little guys then. What are they feeling like? Should be it. Nice. Also, it appears that the package that was supposed to be arriving today is not arriving. Sad. It's not the end of the world. But it was kind of a thing that, like, I was questioning, like, how is it actually gonna be arriving today? Even though it did leave from Finland, but still, it did leave, like, literally 4 in the morning. And then they said that in 11 hours or so it should be hitting, you know, the destination. I kind of doubted it. And again, for whatever reason, I don't know what ever since does like sometimes the postal service be having, but they did like make it all the way to the Helsinki for whatever reason. They did deliver it there. I understand that it's quite usual that like basically anything and everything goes there, but at the same time it doesn't make too much sense. Because you need to be going through the bigger city that, you know, it goes in here, so it can be sorted specifically to the cities. It needs to be going through that city anyway, so why couldn't it be putting there, like, straight away? Well, they have some reason for sure. But, you know, it's just because it needs to be going into 3 different places to be sorted out. Like, since the place that it did come from originally. Which is surprisingly quite high up in here. Like, it wasn't like a place that I would be thinking that it would be arriving from. To be fair, I didn't know where the company was located in, so that's besides the point. It's just usually most like businesses in here are on the southern part, not really that high up. Considering like everything. It's easier to be getting like ships to be arriving, or shipment to be arriving either with a ship or a plane. But you know, if they operate somewhere, they operate somewhere. I don't really care. And to be fair, it was said that it would be most like the last day that it should be in here through what they said literally in their website to the regular, you know, delivery option, which I'm pretty sure that we did choose. I don't know, I didn't make it, but anyways. But it says that it would be here on Monday, which I'm completely fine with. I was expecting it to be like that. We did, like, put it... Like, we did buy it on, like... Before the business hours started on Wednesday. So it was quite surprising that only, like, Friday... or Thursday, Friday night, it was like started to be shipping. Like, I understand that it wouldn't necessarily be next day for the shipment, but it's just surprising that they didn't put it like it would be starting in somewhere like Thursday afternoon or something like that. But you know, I don't know. You know, some places like to do only every few days, like to put orders out. Some, you know, do only every... like every... once every day, like after like they are done for the day. Which could be meaning that from the close by, at least the postal service would have been already like picking up the packages and wouldn't be getting onto new ones until the night indeed. Also, I don't know how much they are doing it in their phone case anyways. Because it's a thing that I don't understand. I don't know, but because they could be just like having them ready to go. They have bought them somewhere else, or they like have some sort of like that they can be easily be putting them together there. But see, it is what it is, you know. I don't need it straight away. I would just, even though like if that kind of phone case that I'm buying, it doesn't really help to be protecting the phone that much. It's just, you know, makes me feel more comfortable using it still. And also one thing that I will be saying that I will be liking whenever I will be getting the cases, because I don't like how the camera is like nowadays. It's just like bulking out from like the rest of the phone, so it's nice that it's gonna be like nice and flat. And also, as I said, it does bring a little bit of protection to the screen and everything. Because I will still say that the best place that you'll be cracking your screen is if you're hitting it in the right way on the side of the screen. So if you have like at least a little bit, it's gonna be helping out. If you have at least a little bit of protection there, it could be helping out a bunch. Because I will say that I have dropped my previous phone so many times flat down to the floor. It's like incredible that it hasn't been breaking but just slightly. There is like one scratch there, but it's like kind of the scratch that you need to really be like looking for in order for it to be seen. I've talked about it before that this doesn't happen. I will say one time I did have a phone that I did drop like face down, or actually 2 times, that it did completely get destroyed, but with like nowadays phones it's a little bit more unlikely. Depends on, of course, like what kind of like screen it is and what kind of like screen protection there is. But it's, you know, less likely. There we go. But I will say though that one thing that I don't fully understand when it comes down to phones. Also, what's going on with the weather? Jeez. In the game, that is, it just looks so strange. I guess I haven't really been paying too much attention to it. Is that I don't understand why like more companies couldn't be having like a clear phone case, like with the phone. Because like it doesn't really cost anything to anyone to be doing. And like if someone wants to be getting a better one, they are gonna be buying it anyways, you know. But like I know that there is like few phones that do be coming with like a clear like phone case just for the back, not like a wallet one, but still. And I know that those kinds of phones, they are, at least they were selling a little bit better. Even though they could be a little bit worse, but you know, not everyone cares how powerful the phone is. So, you know, so for them it's nicer that, you know, it comes with like, it comes with the like one clear phone case. As I said, it doesn't cost really anything. I will say that I find it quite funny that if I would have been buying the cheaper one, it would have been having the phone case. The expensive one doesn't. But we were just thinking that I'm buying phones, or we are buying phones anyway, so Like, we don't buy phones that often that it's worth to be putting it that little bit extra money there. The other good thing that would have been good with the cheaper phone as well would have been that it would have been having like a port that you could be plugging your headphones in. Since nowadays phones are so slim that, you know, having like the audio jack port there would be too much. Be like looking weird. Thankfully there is adapters though, so if you want to be using headphones you still can. But yeah, it do be what it do be. Phones are interesting anyways. But I will still say that I'm not gonna be spending too much money on a phone because I'm not gonna be... In my mind, I can be getting my money's worth. I feel like phone is gonna be one of the things, like, even if I would be having a lot of money, I don't want to be spending a lot on a phone. Because for me, it just doesn't make sense. Like, back in the day, it was the thing that if you would be buying a better, like, smartphone, you would be getting, like, a better camera, but, like, a good camera is basically in any phone nowadays. I mean, it's not the best, but, you know, it's still there. Still probably one of the only reasons that I'll be buying a new phone is because, you know, the previous one is getting too old. Because I rarely be breaking phones. I don't know what it is. But I have been, like, quite well ever since when I was a kid. I have been able to be doing it. Because I know that, like, there was in school, there was, like, a bunch of kids that need to be getting a new phone, like, every few months because they were breaking it. And I was like, huh? And, like, also kind of questioning why don't the parents be buying them a more durable phone? Because those do exist, and they did exist back in the day as well. But I don't know. Because I feel like, you know, accidents of course happen with phones and yeah, and with everything, but at the same time, if it happens so often, I feel like there is something that they are doing incorrectly. And I've been also quite lucky in the sense that I think I have only be ever having like very few phones that has been having like some sort of a factory error. But it has been like after a year that it has been used, so it's not that bad. It's annoying for sure, but yeah. There was like few phones, one phone that was a lot worse with it. That when I was receiving calls, I couldn't be hearing anything. They could be hearing me, but I couldn't be hearing them. Was with another phone as well, but it wasn't as bad. But happens. There's nothing that I can be doing. It's like indeed most likely a factory error indeed. It was quite common with the phone, from what I have heard. it was pretty cheap phone, like kind of a cheaper phone that you can be finding nowadays. It was under 100 euros. You find them still nowadays, but it's not that easy. It was like a brand new and everything. But still, one thing that I will always be criticizing some people for is that why are you buying so expensive phones for your kids before they know how to really handle them? Because I just think that that's so stupid. Like, honestly, like, if I ever will be having kids, I'd rather be giving them, like, a tablet, because, first of all, they are more durable, and stuff along those lines. And I feel like, for my experience, that, like, tablets are more like for kids in the sense that it's easier to be making it in kids mode. I'll put the kids mode indeed. You can do it with the phones, but it's a little harder. It's easier nowadays once again, but still. Well, yeah. Each to their own though, once again, it's just like, I just don't get it why to be buying so, like, expensive phone to your kid. Because I know that I know so many people that their kid has like 2 or 3 times more expensive phone than like the parents have, and I'm like, huh? And then they're like 5-year-old. I'm like, huh? What? Why? It do be what it do be, of course. Because for us, it was the case that, you know, we'll be getting either our parents or our siblings' phones. It was before smartphones. Because though, like, before smartphones, you could be like kind of just tossing down the phone from generation to generation, but you can't really be doing it with smartphones. Not that they don't last, but the security issues are the bigger problem. They're not gonna be getting updates, they're not gonna be getting security updates. Which is, you know, fine, of course. It's just like how things are now. It's not like it's bad or anything. Just how things are. If we wouldn't be having such a connection to the internet, I feel like nowadays phones, they could be still be passed from generation to generation, in quotes. I will say though that it's kind of annoying nowadays to be finding like old school phones, because for example, if you just want to be having a phone at home that is literally just for calls, you know, you most likely would like to be having just, you know, literally a phone that you can just be calling and maybe texting with, you know, the old school method of, you know, punching the letter a million times to be getting the correct letter. Which I will say that it was kind of annoying when you have more letters than most countries. Try to be figuring out what letter is from where. It wasn't too bad though, you know. You did get used to it. I think I still could be using one of those. I don't want to necessarily. The bigger problem to me is that they are a little bit too small. Like, I would like the buttons to be bigger. Like, that's honestly my only issue with them. Like, if the buttons would be bigger, I wouldn't honestly mind to be using one of them. There is some that have bigger buttons, but they have done some other things that I don't like about. But they are cool. The phones be like that indeed. Also, I will say one thing. I feel like nowadays phones, they could be having better battery time if they wouldn't be having such good screens. Because still the most thing that is gonna be draining your battery is your screen. Like, I feel like if we would be having smaller screens, like the thing, battery would be lasting longer. And also there's a like bunch of things that, you know, make nowadays just batteries in general to be making like them wear a lot quicker. Yeah, I kind of agree on the thing that it would be nicer to be having phones that would be lasting longer nowadays, but the thing is as well that even if they will, as I said, security is a big issue then after they are not receiving any security updates. And I completely understand that, you know, companies stop, like, keeping them secure because, you know, they have old tech that could be... Like, the longer the tech is out, the easier and easier it is to be hacking and stuff. But yeah. It do be what it do be indeed. But anyways, I'm gonna be doing a few more checks, then we're gonna be heading to a break. Which is still indeed about 3 minutes or so. For which time I'll be stopping the hunting, so in the case of a shiny you are not gonna be missing out on it. Indeed. I think I can be squishing in one more Arctovish check. Here we go. I'll take that Dome of Soul and put another one in, and then I'll be leaving a Soul Silver to be as well. Yeah, nice, another hour indeed. Very good progress. Mungo gonna be having a better time this time. Or is it still not willing to cooperate with me? There we go. We'll be getting going soon then, indeed. The break is about to be over, indeed. Oh yeah, I put the fossil there. Always forget when I'm putting the fossil there already. Nice. I will say though, when it comes down to phones, that I would be wishing that there would be more like specific customization options. Like I understand, that updates to be different and stuff along those lines. Things to be changing and stuff. But I would be hoping that it could be customizing things more. For example, like one thing that I don't like about that with my new phone, since it did get a operation system update specifically, that it did change where the funny thing of funness called brightness settings is like easy accessible location. It's just in the place that you could accidentally be like doing it for, like when you just wanted to be scrolling it down, which is kind of annoying. But it's not the end of the world, of course. It's just I don't understand why it needs to be there. Hello, cat. How are you? It is. Must be needing something, maybe? She did come to the bed in the way that she would be. Would be needing something. Imagine that, cat eating. Never. Yeah, I haven't been really too much of fun to be on my table. She did come to my table last night, but she didn't really like to be there that much because she couldn't be in a place that she wanted to be because I need to be seeing my screen. Because, if she is like laying down on the table, she is like blocking maybe 5% of the bottom of the screen, and some games you would like to be seeing the entire screen, Because in some games there is the important information on the top 5% of the screen, bottom 5% of the screen. Yeah, she's just hanging, in the midair, as one does. Normal cat things. But yeah. And also there was the problem that she wanted food. But yeah. It do be what it do be. Don't mind it at all. Okay, I'm pretty sure I should be like this, but I'm gonna double check. It's quite sure that I didn't press it one time. Wait a second. I'm confused. There ain't no way that I've been adding that much extra. Because if it actually would have been going into the number that it needed to be going, in that reset it would have been going to 945. And that is the current one. But it goes like way too much. Have I added that much extra then? Like... Because if the calculations are correct, I'm like a whole one extra? What? Because if the calculations are correct, I should be... I should be there. I'm gonna calculate from there. I mean, it's not the first and the last time that I would be incorrect, but it's just... I'm shocked that it is like... I'm that much wrong. There has been then double counting at some point for sure, a bunch today. Yeah, because now it's correct, yeah. Sure, it happens. Well, good to be getting it fixed now. I usually do be double checking anyways, like once I do be getting a shiny, so you know that would be fixing it. It's just insane that it was like more than like one whole like reset off. Because they should be at the same amount of resets. And I'm talking about full resets 15 and 25. And you know, happens. It is fixed now, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, it's definitely not the first and not the last time that they would have been doing double counting, and that's why I'm incorrect. Or I could have been at some point accidentally be adding there. But I will say though that everything like on Sword seemed to be making sense still. And Sword is the one that I trust more because why wouldn't I? I have added there extra as well, but I trust it more. What happens? And now I can be getting the numbers there again because I miscounted. Let's go. We'll be hitting some numbers again. Happens. Anyways. Yeah, because the thing is, well, like, I was like whole, like, as I said, one like extra reset I would have been doing in Soul Silver, and that can't be right. Because I specifically made it like in the beginning of like when I did start the Arctos Old Hunt, Arcto Wish Hunt. That I was specifically be making them that they would be at the same point. Like they would be hitting 5s and 0s at the same time. This is easier to be keeping track of. And then I did also make sure that they would be at the same amount of overall resets. Because as I said, 15 checks for 25 checks on 15 Soul Silver checks for 25 Soul Silver for 25 Sword checks. So 3 resets on for 5 fossils at a time in the time in Soul Silver. Once I can be doing one on Sword indeed. Confusing. And it's even more confusing because what is stalking? I don't know how to do that. There we go. I don't know. All goods. All goods indeed. It was a little bit questionable as well that I would have been at that point. Anyways. Happens indeed. That's why I like to say that my encounters are most likely never completely correct if I'm hunting. And it's fine by me, you know, I don't care. Even if it's not completely correct, it gives about the amount that it did take. And, you know, it's bound to happen at some point that, you know, human error needs to be calculated to shiny hunting, I feel like. Especially if you're using a counter. I know that people like to be using auto counters, but I could use them, but I don't like to. And it's not like it would be fixing it anyways. Because if you're not set up in auto counters correctly, they are gonna be double counting. They are indeed. They would definitely help with some things, but I don't mind. I like myself to be pressing the button, like it feels nice. And the good thing is as well that you can be basically into any counter thing that you would be using for, you know, counting the encounters indeed. You can be putting indeed a custom amount, like if you are doing like guaranteed double encounters, you can be doing it. If you're doing hordes, you can be doing that. Even though I will say that if I will be doing hordes, I just like to be counting how many hordes I have done myself. It really depends, but you know, it doesn't really matter that much. Sometimes I like to be like counting the overall Pokemons that I have seen. Sometimes I like to be counting how many times I have seen an X amount of Pokemons. Because quite a good amount of them are like always guaranteed to be a certain amount. The only one that is kind of hard is if you're doing in Unova games, you're doing potentially double encounters, because there is the double grass, I think it's called. I don't know, it's darker grass anyways. That you can be getting either one or two encounters. I don't even know how easy it would be to be making like an auto counter for that. That if there would be two Pokemons instead of one there. Because I feel like it's not of course that hard, but I feel like it wouldn't be that easy either to be making that. And I would like to say that I know how to be programming quite well, but it most likely wouldn't be my strength specifically. But interesting indeed. It feels odd to be already done, but you know, it is indeed correct that I would be I could be done already. It just feels like I haven't been doing these that long. Got me completely off guard that I'm already done. Hello, how are you doing? Nice. Should be everything checked. Yep. Nice. Indeed. Has the puppy been annoying lately? Oh, jeez. Seems interesting. Hopefully doesn't get anything then from them, because you never know. You never know what it cost them. Be having the situation, so you never know like how bad it could be. That's why you should never be touching them yourself. Or someone that knows what they're doing. Interesting. Yeah, hopefully nothing happens, of course. Because from what I have heard, it can be quite annoying if the animal has died from something that isn't too good for, especially a puppy. Yeah. Appreciate you stopping by indeed. Understandable, you just got home, you need to be doing chilling and other things. Yeah. If you have free time, I don't mind it, but you know, if you need places to be, then you know, you need places to be. It's understandable, it is what life is. Also, one thing that I did hear it was quite a long time ago, but one thing that I have heard that if you have a cat and you don't bring anything when you come back home, they are try to be like some way inform you that it's fine that you didn't get anything because they are thinking that you are going ahead and hunting something. Well, it's an interesting thing that makes kind of sense that most animals would be kind of working that way as well. It's just one wouldn't really be thinking about it. I don't really know how it shows from our cat because she's like reacting the same way. Do we have anything when we come back home or not? She doesn't really react any differently, but could be. If you're gone for a long time, she is happy that she's getting something to eat, and then she needs to be sure that we're not gonna be getting straight away again. Even though she doesn't really want to be stopping us, but she's kind of acting that she wants to make us not to be leaving again, but she doesn't really know how to. Like in the case that if we would be just be coming back home, and since like our bedroom is like close to like the door that we leave out from, like if we will be going to like the bedroom and she is like kind of need to be stopping eating and making sure that we're not leaving. She do be silly. She definitely still has the thing that she doesn't really like to be eating or doing anything apart from maybe sleep a little bit when we are gone, but she is getting better with it. There's still a few things that she refuses to be doing if you're not at home, though. And one of those things is to be using bathroom. Like, she refuses that. She eats if she's hungry, she sleeps when she's sleepy, but she doesn't sleep too well. That's why she's always so tired when we get back home, even if it would be just few days. But it doesn't really bother us that much. And she seems to be mostly fine. And that's good. That's good indeed. nice indeed. Good indeed. Would like to remind that if you haven't been drinking something lately, you know, be staying is dehydrated indeed. And still, if need to be taking a break, take a break indeed. If you have places to go, you have places to go to indeed as well, you know. Need to be what life be. Appreciate still always you being here. I honestly wonder how much of that sound has been changing over the years. It's like, you got a Pokemon sound indeed, because it is definitely changed over the years. It's definitely been changing over the years, but I'm just wondering like how much. Because there is some sound effects for sure that they have been changing so much. It's like insane amount. Yeah, I wonder how much it would be changing. I would like to say that if I would be really interested, and I'm quite certain that there has been a video made out of it. Because there's like for so many things when it comes down to gaming, like how this and this thing has been evolving over the years. Which is definitely nice. I will say that it's always unfortunate when people are making those kinds of videos for games that you can't really be playing the older versions, and when you like the older versions a little bit better than the newer ones. But you know, it's still nice to be having them. I will say thankfully most of the time, at least to like from the games that I've been playing, if they evolve over time, they haven't really been changing anything that drastically. It would be bothering me. So that's nice. But I know that there is a bunch of those kinds of games that are definitely ones that you would like sometimes to be playing like an older version, but because it's like somewhat of a multiplayer game, you can be, because otherwise, you know, you're not gonna be in the same version and you can't be playing it. But yeah. There's anyways like so many like weird like games that I would like to be playing in that are unfortunately no longer working. Because, you know, the either the site is completely down, the developers decided that it's gonna be going down now, or something else. Even though like there's like so many ones that like even though I don't necessarily have like that many memories out of it, I still would like to, you know, kind of go back. Would still like to be going back to them indeed. That's why I like that if there is gonna be a drastic difference between a game and then like the old game and the new version. That's why I like that like there would be two separate games instead. Unfortunately not that many games to be doing that. That's very unfortunate indeed, because it's nice indeed to be like able to be playing the old version if you like it more than the new version. But unfortunately it is quite often the case that the old version, in quotes, is gonna be kind of left to die there because it's not gonna be like kept well. Which is understandable, you know, you only have so many resources, of course, to be using. But it's still unfortunate that, you know, the old one is in there, but, you know, unfortunately things do be changing. Been talking a bunch of Flash games lately. But unfortunately it's kind of hard to be getting them anymore. And as I said, they don't really have the same feeling as they once were giving me. But as I said, they are like mobile games nowadays that, you know, they are there just to, you know, spend a little bit time on mostly. Some are more involved than others for sure, but that's always been the case. That's just double checking that will be the last one. But yeah, it is what it is. As I said a bunch of times, things do be evolving. We'll be having different things. I would like to say 5 years from now, that what we have, maybe not as drastically, because I feel like we're not gonna be moving that fast away from like the smartphones. What do you? There's been few things that have a kind of tried to, like, in quotes, replace like smartphones and other things. But they haven't really been working so far. And those are like smart glasses that, you know, you'll be able to do like same things as you can be doing with phones, in like without having the phone in hand. But then again, you know, they are still not the best, but you know, as time goes, then maybe. But then again, it could be one of those technology things that, you know, it's gonna be a thing for a little bit and then it's gonna be gone forever. It's definitely a possibility. Because though there are so many of them. The people have tried. They are like, usually if they do be going down very quickly, it's because they are too new. Or that even though they are cool, they don't really serve a function. What do you? Hey, doobie, what it doobie? Things. It's cool that, you know, things are being tested, like, could they be helping out? Oh, I like it. There's always just so many things that I would have been wishing that they would have been going better and they would still be a thing, but as I said, usually the ones that I won would have been cool to be having, they were ahead of their time and they weren't really needed then. They could be more usable now, but not really. Alright, I do be what I do be. I do be what I do be, indeed. I feel like every single, like, bigger, like, tech company has bunch of, like, ideas that, you know, either never hit the public or very briefly just hit the public. But then again, am I, or have I always been kind of interested in, like, companies doing things that didn't really plan out? Kind of. It's always interesting to be seeing how things could have been, you know? For sure, but, you know, things turn out the way that they do be turning out indeed. I've talked about it plenty of times how it's interesting how games were originally planned out, but they need to be making changes for one reason or another. Either the game would have been too big to be fitting to the cartridge, or whatever is the format that they wanted to be using. Or, you know, it just would have been too complicated for the time being. Or quite likely there just wasn't enough time to be making it. Which is a shame that it's so many times the case that things aren't implemented in the games because we didn't have enough time. I of course understand that, you know, it is an actual thing that, you know, it's just sometimes some things are taking a lot longer. And maybe you can't be making the thing even though you have enough time to be working in the way that you would like it to be working. And I will say that honestly, I'd rather be having things cut out than be half implemented to the games. Because it's even more annoying when they're half implemented. The game said if you're interested in trying them, you can't really because they are not fully functional. But then again, I will say that it is the case that in some situations, if a feature is like halfway done in like the code and everything, sometimes fans want to be making it real, so they are making it as close to what they can be doing with the things that they have. And that's interesting. Very interesting indeed. What a doopy, what a doopy indeed. I will still say that I wish that it would never be going away, that, you know, we could be seeing every once in a while how a game was originally meant to be, you know? I feel like it would be quite sad that if we would be ever losing that. I mean, I will say that it is definitely a lot less nowadays as it used to be. But I wish that it will never truly be going away. Because it can be giving, like, if there is like scrap things, they are still like kind of left somewhere and we could be knowing them after a while. It makes like some like characters or places be making more sense. Because, you know, sometimes indeed due to time being what it is, things are cut out and maybe your character isn't as well explained as they wanted it to be. So like having info like how they more or less imagined it would be nice. Unfortunately, I can't be doing another full reset. I don't think so, at least, before we're gonna be having another break, but it's gonna be close. So next hour I could be hitting again 150 on Sword indeed, but we'll see, we'll see. If it happens, it happens. We go, let's check these out and double check the sword. Nice. What the? Also, I don't know why, but sometimes it looks so speedy when I'm like going through like in Soul Silver. It looks just seems so speedy, even though I'm going of course the normal rate as one can. Going as fast as one can be going in the buildings indeed. Sometimes it looks so fast. Silly things, silly things. Probably gonna be pressing punch away there because I'm holding the controller a little bit differently, so hopefully it wouldn't be hurting as much. As I like to say, I will be stopping if it's too much though, so no need to worry there. Just want to be having the controller upside down for a little bit, seeing if that would be helping. Or Joy-Con, technically. It's not a controller per se, it's a Joy-Con specifically, but still controls the game. To be fair, some games do be calling keyboard and mouse a controller, because technically it is correct. In actuality, no, but technically that is a controller. That's a way that you'll be controlling the player character usually. That's interesting. Usually it's keyboard and mouse, keyboard and or mouse, and you know, controller separately. Some games do be going into depth that they are having like specifically like for different like controllers, even like different layouts. Which is nice because, you know, every controller will be a little bit different from each other, so that would be nice. It's usually only for like the more used ones like Xbox and PlayStation. There can be sometimes like other ones, but usually it's at least for those two. Or it's just there is like, you know, every single controller will be working in the same way. Which can be tricky at times, because I will say, as a person that has been playing both with an Xbox controller and a PlayStation controller, they don't necessarily work differently, but usually in games, like certain buttons do be doing certain things, and that do be making a difference sometimes. Like how you would be thinking that the controller works. What are you doing? Usually after a while of doing wrong things, I feel like I can be getting used to it. But yeah, anyways, we're gonna be doing a few more checks on the games, and then we'll be heading to another break. Indeed. Another ad break indeed. Since yet another hour has passed. I might be able to do one more reset on Soul Silver for the Capujo before we get into the break. Depending on is that the last one or not. If that's the last one, I can be doing it. If not, then it's gonna be quite unlikely. We'll see. One more check on Sword, then I'll be pausing that as well. I can do one more check on there. Nice. Nothing. Nothing indeed. But yeah, we'll be continuing after the break is done. It's not gonna be getting that many more encounters to be done with another set on both games. Right. Getting going soon indeed. Yeah, I was thinking that that if we would be doing, you know, 100 like 75 per hour, which is quite likely that we'll be doing at least that. If we'll be doing that on Soul Silver, it would be meaning that I would be only 2 sets away to be hitting 1,500. Which would be, you know, a little bit over 2 more hours, but we'll see. I did already count that to like this reset that is gonna be coming very quickly. So, if we can, I'll definitely be doing it. If we can't, then you know, it is what it is. Not the end of the world by any means, but trying though. Trying indeed. And as I said, it doesn't, like, we don't know how fast these are gonna be going anyways. They could be going like faster than expected, so you know, it wouldn't be too much more. But yeah, probably again like around 6 hours. Maybe 6.5. But we'll see. We'll see indeed. Of course, I will always like to be saying it that it really do be making a difference that is the shiny gonna be ruining everything or not. That's always an option. That a shiny will be ruining it all indeed. We can be hitting the goals. It will be very sad indeed. As always. Let's check these out and double check Sword afterwards as usual indeed. Here we go. But it is gonna be indeed the case that if in either of the games I'll be finding a shiny, I'll not be starting another Fossil Week hunt in those games. First of all, because I want to be keeping some for like another year or another time, and the thing is as well because I highly doubt that I would be able to get another one done. Just check these out just in case. Might have been going 2 times already, but it doesn't matter. I'd rather be safe than sorry. And I'm double checking them. But we'll see. We'll see. It's gonna be a decent amount of progress, no matter what, though. If I want to be stopping sooner, then that's gonna be it as well. If I will be getting one of the games done, you know, it's always gonna be then faster encounters on the other game. The case indeed. Nice. Hmm. What if instead of, fish that do be just floating about, how about if they would be always be able to be getting like a water source anywhere they go? Because it makes as much a sense as we do be having in Scarlet and Violet that they are getting floaties. How about that? Because, it would be nice if there would be a difference between, like, actually, floating slash flying Pokemon and fish that are, or fish or other, like, sea creatures that are floating just because they are not in the water. And sometimes I will say that in battle, that even though they are in water, they are not, like, in water. They're just like floating either above it or something like that. It makes sense that they want to, of course, be showing the entire Pokemon and everything, but doesn't make the most amount of sense at the end of the day, though. Why couldn't they actually be having infinite source of like water somehow? Magical creatures anyway, so would be making sense in that regard. Oh, I didn't put the fossil there. I see. I just did go in and out, but I didn't go ahead and put a fossil there, so it was completely unnecessary. Nice. Happens indeed. Also, I will say another thing that doesn't really make too much sense that, Pokemons that have like Zeo or Insomnia? I don't know. Anyways, an ability that makes them not be able to be put to sleep. A bunch of those abilities. They can still be sleeping, Like if they're hanging out in your camp or in the picnic. So are they truly having it as an ability is another question. Or are they just pretending in the battles? And honestly, why there needs to be so many of like preventing to be sleeping abilities? It's like ridiculous, especially as I said, nowadays it doesn't really matter that they would be having outside of battle effects. Because some of them do. And again, I will say that I wouldn't mind if it would be for a legendary that they would be having like another ability that would be just renamed. But for like a regular Pokemon, I'd rather it be be another way indeed. There we go. Nice. How can they be sleeping if they have an ability that prevent them from be sleeping? Are they, as I said, are they truly having their ability or not? But then again, it kind of begs the question, though, Pokemons that have, like, soundproof. How are they, like, hearing your commands? Like, if you're, like, actually started really thinking about it, how are they actually hearing your attacks if they have, like, soundproof? Is that why there is no abilities in some games? Because they don't actually make any sense. Could be, could be. Well, probably there is a better reason though. I mean, in Pokemon, so many things are like working in a certain way if they are specifically in battles. So, you know. There do that be indeed. But then again, it doesn't really make sense that if they need, if they in codes be needing them in order to be battling, why in some games they don't have abilities after they have been introduced, of course, because before they were introduced, you know, fair game. But after they have been introduced, because I wonder what they would have been doing for, like, if they honestly wouldn't be having any abilities for Pokemons that kind of rely on their ability. Like, I suppose they could have been doing something like they did do with Shuckle. Because apparently, like, Shuckle, if it's holding a berry, it can be making a berry juice. That I wasn't aware of. They could have been doing technically something like that. That, like, for specific Pokemons, it's just coded in. That they are working in specific ways. But then again, I will say that that would be really only working if there would be very few of them. There isn't that many, but there is still that many that if you would be making them one by one, it would be quite a difficult thing to be doing. There's more things that you can be just putting on the more, like, more than one thing, the better. Gotta be, you know, be taking the advantage of squeezing things in a place that you can be reusing them. Also, it would be insane amount of data if every single Pokemon would be having their own ability. Like, specifically made for them. It would be like so much. Like, it's insane how much it would be indeed. And then we would definitely be having more abilities that would be doing literally the same thing. I'm quite glad there is indeed, like, things that, you know, ability-wise that more Pokemon are having. And also another thing that, I don't know if it's still a thing, but it was a thing at some point that I wasn't aware of. But apparently the move Flying Press, even if you would be having normal eyes, would be super effective on the types that are weak to flying. Or one of the other, I think it was flying. Which is quite interesting. For sure. Because I would kind of be wishing that Normalize would be with more Pokemons, even though it is kind of like an annoying ability, but... I mean, I think it just makes sense to be having with more than one Pokemon line. So I think, you know, it could be there. Because I feel like there's quite a good amount of Pokemons that it could be fitting in. Would it be making battling like ghost types a little bit of a pain? Yeah, but it is what it is. Struggle always exists. And I suppose like something like indeed like Normalize, I don't know, could it be skill swapped away? That could be quite effective, you know? But I feel like there is interesting things that you could be doing with it indeed. I feel like that indeed. But yeah, I do still be hoping that everyone is having a good day today, and hopefully, if it's not the best day, that it could be getting better. Indeed. Guess we're gonna be done with these checks once again. Pretty nice. Pretty nice indeed. That should be rude. Yes, it do be. Nice. Let's check these out then, indeed. Nothing there. And these, just to be sure, still completely unnecessary, most likely, but it doesn't hurt. And as I said, it doesn't take that much more time anyways. And, you know, I don't need to be getting these hunts done that quickly anyways, even though, you know, would be always nice to be getting hunts done fast, but it's not the main point for me, you know, the point of a hunt is the hunt itself sometimes, even though it can be an absolute pain. I don't know, it is part of the fun indeed. It do be. So I suppose in an hour there is gonna be indeed a nighttime, even though it doesn't really matter. But there's gonna be nighttime anyways. Doesn't do anything with the encounters. Just is that it's not gonna be as bright anymore. I mean, already it's quite dark in Soul Silver, but it has more of a, as I like to say, like a hourly based one, as it was the case for quite a good amount of like older Pokemon games and old games anyways, that they were like that. Because I'm kind of missing it in Sword and Shield. It's kind of weird that it goes like for an hour it goes like to pink mode, and then after an hour it's just blue basically. You know, the usual night sky colors indeed. Nothing wrong with it, it's just odd, because I feel like Sword and Shield are, I suppose, in that way kind of a bad game. Because they don't have like a nice, like, smooth transition between the different times of day, but I feel like that's not that big of a deal. Not that many will be actually noticing it, and it doesn't really bother me either. It's just kind of weird, like, comparing it to other Pokemon games and how they work, though. But things are what they are indeed. Nice. Nothing there. There's honestly so many items for me that I have understood the meaning of, like, behind them after like years of playing the game. I did say like that it is kind of the case for the fossils. That, you know, I didn't like at first understand like why like specific ones were named the way that they were. But like if you think about them, they mostly will be making sense indeed. But there's quite a good amount of things in different games that honestly it has sometimes been taking quite some time to be understanding. Why are they called the specific things that they are? Because like you're not necessarily like thinking like why is it the case, you know? I'm not necessarily thinking why it is the way that it is indeed. But I do be what it do be indeed. Because I feel like there has been like a bunch of games that like when I was a kid and, you know, English wasn't learned yet in school. And, you know, games were mostly in English. That only after I have like understood English did I understand why were certain places in games named what they were. Because before that, like the names of the places were kind of, they were just names. But after like, you know, knowing how to be doing English, they sort of be making more sense, and, you know, you can be understanding them better. Which is kind of a shame that, you know, it's the case that, you know, quite a good amount of games that I did personally play when I was a kid, I couldn't understand that much because, you know, didn't indeed learn English yet in school. I don't know. Isn't it cool to be understanding things that you didn't understand as a kid, as an adult? And that sentence sounded like it didn't make any kind of sense, which wouldn't be too surprising if it wouldn't. Happens. Happens indeed. Then again, it is though in like for me in Finnish language as well that I do be understanding some things now that I was not necessarily questioning when I was a kid, but still like I suppose I didn't understand them as well. I don't know, you live, you learn. You live, you learn indeed. It's very nice indeed that, you know, can be learning quite a good amount of things as humans. Yep. Another reset time on both games indeed. I see that today is another one of those days that I'll be just be getting hungry quickly. Annoying. Can manage it for a little while. If I need to, I can be taking go ahead and taking a snack anyways. I think we should be able to do once again, like nice few sets before we're gonna be having the break indeed. Should be possible. It's about 20 minutes away, so each of them to be taking around 10 minutes, so should be possible. And we're already not that many, but we're some into this one anyways. But that's nice. I feel like in Sword, as I said, we're not gonna be able to be hitting the halfway point mark today. At least I highly doubt it. I haven't really been calculating anything on there. I've been just calculating things on Soul Silver today. So we could technically, but I don't think so. I don't think so, indeed. But at least we'll be getting nice and close to it, and you know, we'll be able to hit it most likely if there is tomorrow to be hunting it on. If there is indeed, then you know, quite likely that can be hidden indeed. You love when there's something in your eye and you try to be getting it out, but it just hurts. And unless I could be bothered to be going ahead and cleaning my eyes at this point. It's not that bad, of course, like but it's annoying still. Because you would like to be drying your eyes after that, but you can't really be doing it because then you're gonna be ending up in a worse situation. Because then you have a dry eye and that's not a nice feeling. Not a nice feeling at all to be having a dry eye. But you know, happens indeed. But yeah, I will still say that I have a feeling that I've talked about it before, most likely. That I still don't like the idea of, like, in what we did have in our science class was there, and in some other classes as well. They did have like a machine, which was like different kind of sink basically, that was meant for indeed be cleaning your eyes in the case that there was something that is not supposed to be there. Thankfully, I never did need to like actually use it. Like few times it was the case that we needed to be learning how to use it in the case. But I'm so thankful that I didn't need to actually be using it though, because they are scary. I'll say that much. Because just the amount of power that the water hits your eyes is like, it's insane. I mean, of course, like, you know, it's doing like what it is supposed to be doing thanks to that, but it doesn't make it less scary. And you know, I understand like why they need to be there, even though we didn't really use like that dangerous like chemicals, because it wasn't allowed because we weren't like, we were under 18. So it wasn't allowed to be used that many things, that much like powerful things that could be hurtful. But still, you know, there is situations that you accidentally be mixing wrong things and things happen, of course. And there is still like things that aren't, you know, good to your eyes or to your skin, so, you know, those kinds of things need to be there. Another place that there was one was in the classroom that you would be doing metalwork. Because even though you are required to be having like, you know, safety goggles and stuff along those lines, and whatever things that is for that specific one, you know, it can still happen. It was also kind of also into the, because it was kind of a shared classroom, the metalwork one, and like if you were making things from wood and stuff, we're kind of shared, so it would be for that as well, since, you know, if you are working with wood and, you know, stuff gets to your eyes, it's not the nicest feeling ever. But thankfully, like, if we were, like, there was certain machines that if we were using them, or certain things if we would be doing them, that it was required to be using, you know, safety goggles or something else to be, you know, protecting your eyes. It depended, like, what you were using, like, what was the required thing. Usually it was safety goggles. But yeah, I didn't do too much with the metal work. If I would be doing like more like years on there, apart from the mandatory ones, or mandatory one, I suppose, because it was health and health with another thing, then I would have needed to be using that. It was kind of a requirement that you were told before that you need to be doing that. I mean, in the case that you really couldn't, then, you know, of course, if you can't be doing it at all, you are not gonna be choosing it. But if there is another situation, you can be getting different projects, but most likely you can be getting like a full grade even if you would be doing everything perfectly. Because they, for whatever reason, want in every, in quotes, optional one, that are required. A certain amount of optional ones are required, but you can be choosing them, so that's why they're optional. So you need to be doing a certain amount of them, and most of the times on there you need to be doing, for whatever you're doing, you need to be doing more than just what you want to be doing, you know, otherwise you can't be getting that good of a grade. For example, I did go into like music and stuff, and if I would be like to be getting a better grade, I would need to be playing instruments, and I didn't want to. I didn't want to learn them. I did know how to be doing basic things, but I didn't want to be learning anything else. Yeah, I was happy though, you know. It's pretty nice. I like that there is like, you know, indeed a bunch of them that you can be choosing between from. And I will still say that if our teacher in that school for arts would have been better, I would have been definitely picking arts. But the teacher that we did have didn't like me at all, so, you know, I couldn't be bothered with it. I'll talk about that teacher, I think, a lot, because it's just... the teacher didn't do the job too well. He didn't explain anything how you should be doing things, was expecting that everyone would be knowing how to be doing. If you would be asking how to be doing things, wouldn't be helping. So that kind of killed my interest in that. And also, if I remember correctly as well, teacher was kind of expecting us to be like art students from like year 10. They've been doing like art things for 10 years, like professionally, so it was kind of hard to be doing that. And you weren't even in school for 10 years at that point. But, you know, wasn't too bad though. And I also didn't like, we did have so, like, strict time limits that, you know, I didn't ever almost have a time to be doing it in the time that was given to me. And also, like, we couldn't really be working for them at home, so if you didn't get enough done in school, you were kind of screwed. Oh, it is what it is. Annoying for sure, but it is indeed over. Yeah, I don't know what was kind of the problem with that teacher, because the other teacher was quite chill on arts. From what I have heard, like, But then again, for us, we mostly did have 2 teachers to each of the subjects, so at least there was like some that were like maths and stuff along those lines, that there was definitely more than 1. Or 2. There was usually 4 or each of the, like, those kinds of subjects. So just would be having enough. So usually there was one that was like very much of a pain and very strict about things, and if you didn't do things perfectly, you basically need to be repeating things, it seems like. Never was it the case, but it definitely seemed like it. And then there was another one that was like super chill. I like personally like kind of in the middle of the two. Like I like that the teacher isn't too strict on the like specific like ways to be doing things. But still, you know, is kind of standing their ground, you know. I mean, of course all the teachers did stand their ground, but be more chill but still be, you know, strict enough so, you know, it's like people would be getting things done. Because if you're too soft of a teacher, you're not gonna be really be getting anything done, if you ask me. But then again, I will also say that there's always gonna be at least one of those students in every class that doesn't want to be doing anything. But is still forced to because, you know, that's how school system works. Because I remember that I did like have quite a good amount of those kids on every single one of my classes that they did know already that they want to be making like their own company and like some things were completely useless to them. So they were making it clear. But yeah. It do be what it do be indeed. Because there was like certainly certain subjects slash teachers that I didn't like, but I didn't really want to be messing with anyone else that who wanted to be studying, you know. And unfortunately not everyone is like that. But yeah. I said do be what it do be indeed. But yeah. Soon another hour has passed indeed, which means that we're gonna be yet again be having another break indeed. Seems to be still a little bit over an hour that will be doing the hunting indeed. Gonna be quickly double checking on the break though that EEST counter is correct. Is our thing. Are the counters correct indeed? And kind of want to be checking as well that am I on the track that I want to be in as well? I think soon we should be having a reset on both games. Yeah, that was correct. Let's go. Oh. I had those up already. I meant to be saying yes, but I mean, it's not like I could be getting too many more done anyways before we're gonna be heading into the break indeed. Pretty nice indeed. Is that the last one? Yes. What's indeed? Check these out then. Just want to make sure where the cat is because I knew that she was on the move, so you know I wouldn't be rolling over her. Definitely wouldn't be the first or the last time when she, you know, is just being in the way. I'm pretty sure I did already go through it once, but I'm gonna double check this time. I usually don't care enough. But it's not like I can be doing a full reset anyways. Doesn't matter that much. I wouldn't be able to be doing even a one check or one like actual check-in with the Kabutos. Wouldn't be having enough time. I might be able to check maybe one in Sword, but most likely I can't be checking anything in there. Before we're gonna be heading to the ad break indeed. Yeah. But at least, you know, it's, you know, ready to be going. It do be indeed. I'll give you the fossil. Putting myself there for funsies. For now. The counters, are they correct indeed? Most likely they do be. Yep, that's a full number. One should be always a full number. They do be correct indeed. That do be chilling indeed. Oh, it's interesting. Didn't know that. I just read on Twitter that if YSP cube, that apparently that if you use a gimme goal, you use a digital for gimme goal things, you can be seeing if it's shiny or not. Specifically like imposter digital because it saves time, most likely, but and you know, I suppose that that's, you know, an easy way to be doing it. Definitely be saving time, that's for sure. It won't be too bad. But yeah, it makes sense because the show is indeed working a little bit differently in Scarlet and Violet than in any other game before that. Not necessarily just in Scarlet and Violet, but was kind of brought back there indeed, so I suppose that's a good thing indeed to be knowing that that's an, in quotes, an easy way to be hunting it, you know. It's still not that easy, but you know. It's an option. I might do it if I'm too interested in it. I would need to be getting myself a imposter dicho, but I mean, they are not that hard to come by, I will say that much also. And I suppose in the worst case scenario I can be making one anyways. But yeah, that's not too bad, it does save a little bit of time, you know. But I don't mind be doing like some of them myself though, because as I said, I would like to be grinding EXP candies. So I don't necessarily mind to be doing some of them. But I suppose it's like a good thing for streams, because on stream I might be wanting to just be checking them out quickly. Just gonna be interesting to be doing day resetting for them indeed. It's not that bad. Could be going, you know, back for a little bit indeed. It's not that bad indeed, but I think nonetheless. But yeah, I'll be, as I said, I'll be doing some off stream, some on stream if it is necessary, if I don't, you know, find it on my own. Test things out and such. But definitely speeding things up. And I remember that it wasn't that hard to be seeing when I did find my first one indeed. Wasn't that bad, you know. I was able to be telling before I knocked it down, you know. It is, it depends on what crown it has, it is definitely worse to be noticing than others. I'll say that much. If it's having like ice or a steel crown, it's so hard to be noticing it because it's just, the colors are so different. But yeah, it happens. Happens indeed. It's quite funny because I've been seeing so many people that are like, if you find a shiny gimmighoul, you know, they want it, you know, who doesn't? I'm not blaming, you know, but it's just interesting how many people want it indeed. I'm gonna be doing a little bit of testing for the gimmighoul, as I said. I just thought of one thing that could be kind of annoying, but I'm gonna see what the game thinks. I don't know. Things need to be tested out. Indeed. But if I, as I said, if I get it, I get it. If I don't, it's not the end of the world. Not the end of the world by any means. But yeah. I do still be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. Hope you can be finding whatever you're looking for, get something, but still be remembering progress is progress, no matter how big, how small the amount is that you can be doing per day or for a moment, you know. There's always another time. And remember to be taking breaks from hunting every once in a while as well, so it doesn't get too boring or overwhelming. If you don't feel like doing a hunt, I would be suggesting not to be doing it. That's why I'm not myself be making any promises about a gimmighoul, because if I don't feel like I want to be hunting it, I'm not. It's simple as that. If I don't want to be doing it, I'm not gonna be doing it, because... No. It is indeed one of the only things that, as... like, determined as I am to be getting some hunts done, it's one of the things that I don't feel bad not to be doing, because, you know... It's a very low chance and everything. It's a very low chance indeed. Could be everything. What? I was counting even more than 25, but anyways. Happens. Check out one thing. I forgot to be adding those. Also, I forgot to be checking out. I'm currently 90 away. Which means... if things are going as I want to, it's gonna be an hour and a little bit. Which it should be. It should be like that. I was quite sure that I didn't add those numbers in, so I want to be double checking that. So I was quite certain that I should be having one more. Who's ready for soon nighttime? Spooky. Very spooky. I also will be saying it already, even though I will be saying it a little bit later. As it is, if I don't be getting these hunts done, I'll be continuing them tomorrow. But as I said, also, it's gonna be the last day that I'll be doing Fossil Week this year. I might be doing them randomly at some point, but if not, then I'll be doing them at some point next year, whenever it's gonna be the next Fossil Week, if not sooner indeed. But we'll see. We'll be going ahead and seeing if what happens. Seeing if what happens, yes. Indeed. We'll be seeing if what happens, indeed. English is good. But yeah. Be seeing indeed if things go. How they go, they go. But in the case of in quotes, in the worst case, I'll be continuing these hunts tomorrow. Try to be finishing them off. If not, then you know, it is what it is. In the case that I will be finding something on Sword, I say something when I actually mean, like, you know, the only thing that I could literally be getting, but anything anyways. In the case that I will be finding something on Sword, I'll be doing tomorrow Dynamics Adventures. In the case that I find something on Soul Silver, I'm not gonna be touching that game. It's just that. I'm not gonna, as I said, I'm not gonna be starting new fossil hunts. But yeah, we'll see how things go indeed. As I said, like, I think that we have like an hour-ish and a little bit left still about hunting wise. I don't think that it would be taking like 1.5 hours. But if it does, it does. If it doesn't, then it could. Because if it does take I would like to say an hour and 20 minutes for sure, then my camera will be needing to be resetted. And I don't know. Because I hate to be doing it for like just a small moment. It's just so wasteful. So wasteful indeed. And we'll see. The funny color dudes, they will definitely be appearing. Definitely. Would be kind of cool for sure. No funny little green. That honestly should be a bug instead of water, but you know, fine, I suppose. Because I feel like Caputo is kind of a bug. If like my first thought if I see a Caputo, or when I did see a Caputo, was that it was a bug. That was my first thought, that I was thinking that it's a bug. Don't know what it is about it, but there's something about it that screams bug to me. No. Check these out. Nothing there. Oh. Down there, I feel like there's gonna be another one after this fossil there. More Caputo to be collecting indeed. I don't think that there is gonna be any more than that. But yeah, technically, if we are gonna be counting from this, because this is technically, you know, that I'll be having 75 more to go. If we would be going from here, then it would be meaning that an hour from now. But I don't think that it's gonna be taking an hour. We've been quite nice and fast today, so I don't think so. If it does, it does. As I said, I kind of hope that it doesn't, but because my camera may or may not be dying, so I'd rather not it being the case. The good thing is, though, that there thankfully isn't really anything that your guys are gonna be missing out from me going up and down or in and out of the building. So that's not that bad to be missing out on for sure, but I know it still do be there, though. I'd rather not to be, you know, off that long. I was thinking that it would be more often that, but sure. Whatever. It do be what it do be. Yeah, I think we're gonna be getting, well, at least 3 checks before, like, the hour is over. Which means 45. Which would be meaning that I can be counting correctly. It should be only 2 more sets, so it should be like technically 40 minutes. It's where they take quite some time to be opening this time. I mean, I was doing quite well on Soul Silver, so you know, that's partly to blame. But yeah, we'll see. Nice. I think we're having the weird between night chime and sunset chime look. Seems like that indeed. Soon it should be like fully nighttime though, indeed. About to be hitting 8 PM. And might be actually already each. If not, then in few checks for sure. I would kind of be hoping, you know, one like kind of unnecessary but cool thing. Could you imagine how cool it would be that if and when you do be having, you know, day and night cycling games? That it would be affecting the Pokédex because you're using, you know, your phone. And kind of in the way that, you know, sometimes you want to be having your phone into night mode if you know, you're like using it at night. I think that would be kind of cool. Doesn't make the most amount of sense and it is a silly thing, but well, it would be kind of interesting and in my mind making kind of sense. Like in the way that, you know, you might want to be using less like colors during the daytime, or less colors during the nighttime because, you know, we want to be saving your eyes in the dark. So maybe instead of, you know, being orange, this background in here, it could be like blue instead. As I said, silly thing to be wanting, but could be kind of interesting. Or at least like make the thing to be, as I said, darker. It doesn't really work in a game like Scarlet and Violet too well because, you know, it just doesn't because it just day and night cycle is so fast in there. But in the game like Sword and Shield where, you know, it's based on the real time, it could be. We did kind of get it in Alola, in a way. Like, depending on the time of day, a little dodge on the Rotom decks would be either like yellow or I think white. Because white is like, you know, stars and yellow is the sun. It might have been blue, I don't really remember it right now, but it was like it did like change the color depending on what time of day it was. Does it really make a difference? No, but I mean, if you're in a cave, then you know, it would be nice to be knowing what time of day it is. Without, you know, going ahead and checking it out for whatever reason. It's like little things like that that, you know, they don't make a difference, but they are nice. They do be very nice indeed. Should be having soon-ish reset. I think. Could be wrong, but I feel like that will be soon the case. Yep. Getting those already. It's called Kabuto, eh? What a surprise! I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that but like a million times. Are you sure it's Kabuto? All of a sudden it's Kabutops instead. It would be silly if all of a sudden we'd be getting the fully evolved one instead. I didn't mean to be going there. Should be enough. Yep. Continue. Here we go. Indeed. Actually gonna be at 1,900 and 1,400 today. I just realized that. I was thinking that it would be kind of cool if both of them would be at hundreds, but it is indeed the case. That's nice. Very nice indeed. I have one nickname in mind, by the way, for Arctovish. I hope that I can be putting it there. It does have a word that I'm not too sure about. That would it be like a no-no word? Because it is kind of mean, but at the same time I don't feel like it should be censored indeed. But if I can, then no, it's what it is. It's the thing because I don't know, and I don't even want to know the full list of like things that you can be nicknaming your Pokemon in the game. I don't really care that much. If I can be nicknaming it something, it it is what it is. I'll be figuring out another nickname indeed. Oh, I'm in the text. I can't be putting... checking out my Pokemons. To make double checks there. What are we good? Are we good indeed? Not too sure. Did I even put a Pokemon there to be stored? Well, we'll be finding it out now. Did I forget? Yeah. There it is, thankfully. It's as I said, I just sometimes I just be doing a hunt. I don't really be thinking about it, and I'm just kind of like, oh, I did do a thing, cool. And because I'm not just paying too close attention, I'm just literally not. To nickname you. Oh. And of course I'll be I'll be paying accidentally the P button here. I'll be pressing accidentally the button indeed. Oh. Well, time for another full check soon then. Nice. Very nice indeed. There we go. No green over there. And just triple checking once again these little guys. Should we? Yeah. Nice. You know what's going to be weird when I'm gonna be opening this game up. Like once I'm done with Fossil Week things. And I'm gonna be hearing like the little jingle when you open up the game. That's gonna be weird. I mean, it is weird that it's missing, but like, I feel like I'm kind of now starting to be getting used to it that it's not there, so like, it's gonna be weird when I'm starting to be hearing it again. To be fair, I will say that much. It's not like I'll be hearing it that much. And I don't usually open up the game too many times per day. Only if it requires resetting for in order for it to be working. Indeed. Only then. Also, I feel like we're not gonna be getting two like full checks done. We're gonna be getting like 1.5, I would like to say. Because we are definitely gonna be able to do one, and then like I would like to say indeed like half of the next one. That's pretty good. That's pretty good indeed. Then it doesn't mean that we're... Then doesn't mean... Then it... I mean, I guess I could be saying it that way, but my brain doesn't work now. So, that it means that we don't need to be going that much over 6 hours today. I could be saying it the other way around, but I don't have brain power. Imagine having brain power to be talking. Couldn't be me ever. What are you? Be good indeed. Also, still like one Pokemon that I absolutely love for its ability is Gimme. I've talked about it before that Gimigo's ability is so useless. Like actually, like what does it do with it? Silly thing. Getting hit by a ghost. Dark or a bug type move, and then be getting a buff that doesn't do anything. It gets destroyed anyways. As I said, I like if Gimmighoul would be a better Pokemon. I understand that, you know, it can be, but it's meant to be one of those Pokemon that is rewarding if you will be able to evolve it, but it wouldn't be so bad if it would be realistic to be evolving during a regular gameplay. Because even if you would be doing everything, even if you would be destroying every single one of them, I'm pretty sure you're gonna be still like so off. And then, you know, need to kind of be waiting for another day for them to be there. And I'm pretty sure it's not even guaranteed that they will be respawning, so... It's fun. Definitely gonna be fun to be farming the materials and to be able to be evolving it into Golden Go. I have no idea how many coins I have on my account at all. So, I kind of collected them, but at the same time, not really. I mean, it's you know, it's fine. It's just gonna be boring. And most likely a thing that I'll be doing mostly off stream. Because... as I said, I only have so many that I can be doing per day. Only so many, indeed. So... where do that be, indeed? We should be. I mean, I just started another round there, but I mean, anyways, like soonish, it's gonna be another reset time in both games. Probably gonna be still like 3 more on Sword, though. Would be my estimated quick guess. How many there would be left? I was completely incorrect. There was only 1. Nice. I've been messing up the computers quite a bit though, so it kind of threw me off. Not that much, because I did do quite a good amount of them early on. It's gonna be so close that I could be doing another full reset before next break. So close. Should be all of them. Yep. But as I said, I will be able to be getting like halfway through it. I actually still, actually now that I see how much time I have until, you know, next break, it's most likely that we can be doing 2 full resets on, or not 2 full, but 2 resets on Soul Silver. As I said, it's quite close, but I don't think that I can be doing one. But if I can, you know, it's nice. If not, then, you know, it is what it is. I wasn't expecting to be getting another one done anyways. Because it's about, like, right now, 6.5 minutes, so... quite unlikely. But 2 checks on... 2 checks on Soul Silver is possible for sure. Almost a 3rd one as well. But it's gonna be very quickly indeed done. Do be what it do be indeed. I think that's the last stone fossil before I'm gonna be checking them. I think it's indeed case. Yep. It is indeed. Let's check these out then. No green little bugs. They are indeed. Be liking it. I would like to see how green that green is, you know, in the, like, when it's following you. As I said, Aerodactyl is quite disappointing when it's following you. In any other ones, it's fine. When it's following you, it's disappointing. Unfortunately. It isn't like when it's following you, it's not as bright as I hope it would be. But I feel like Caputo and Caputops would be, you know. That might be the last one of the Caputos for now. No, still one. At least there. Just thinking that it would be about it. To be what it should be, indeed. Not the end of the world. Now it's done, right? Yeah, now it's done. Check them out then. Nothing. Let's add it there as well. I'm gonna try to speed through it. Like if we could be getting these done, but as I said, I doubt it highly, but I'm still going to try. Because as I said, there's some time that I can't just be literally cutting out. I'm kind of as fast as I can in Soul Silver. I mean, am I making mistakes? Yeah, but you know, I'm a human. So, I'm expected to be making mistakes, so, like, I'm kind of doing it the fastest as I can. Yep. As I said, it was gonna be taking too long to be able to be getting this check to be fully completed, though, after the break is done. Then from there it's about indeed 10 minutes to be doing the last one. Yeah, this is gonna be the last that I'll be checking on Sword before the break. Also the last Caputo that I will be receiving as well. I will be continuing after the break to be getting this check for these checks done for Sword and then one more. And then we are in the point that I want to be in, which was 1,500 in Caputo. Let's see. Getting going soon indeed. We're gonna be taking like a minute, maybe two to be like once I continue these to be getting them done. It's, yeah, as I said, it's not gonna be taking that long. Because they are basically done. Let's move on already. Indeed, a little bit early in quotes, but be what it do be indeed. Still you do be quite blue there, my dude. When are you gonna be not so blue? Yeah. There's still more. I thought they would be done already on Ward. I really thought that it would be already done there, but sure. Don't mind to be doing more. Yeah, there we go. Wasn't more than one though, so there we go. There we go. Let's check these out then. Check out then. Should be. Yeah, nice. Nicely done. Last opening of the game for the day. As I said, pretty successful day today indeed. Pretty successful indeed. Did get, I think, 490 checks. No? Yes? Maybe? Yeah? Yeah. I started at 1010. Yeah. And on the other game I was able to be getting 850. I started at 1050. So nice. There we go. Yep. And pretty good progress indeed today. Hopefully, you know, tomorrow if it is needed, we can be doing as well. We don't necessarily need to be doing as well as today, but it would be nice. Also, that Caputo is now just a bunch of A's. The dude is just a bunch of A's now. Funnily enough, the dude is female. Let's see. It would be funny if the one that, you know, one would be accidentally nicknaming would be a shiny. Then you would need to nickname bunch of A's. Or think of giving it to be one, like that. Anyway, should be having soon-ish. First check of this set in Soul Silver indeed. Yep, there we go. Nice. There we go. Nope. I still do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for, get something indeed. And as I said, good luck if anyone is doing the gimme goals. Because you surely be needing it. Depending on, of course, what way you are gonna be going with the gimme goals indeed. But if you're hunting it yourself, then good luck indeed. Hopefully it doesn't take ages. Hoping that indeed. It's starting to be stressing me out. Can I be getting the Caputos checked in time, honestly? Because, as I said, I really don't want to be resetting my camera. It's just, you know... It should be doable. It is, as I said, usually a 6.5 hour mark, but... you know, it could be a little bit earlier, depending on how long I have been keeping the camera on today. It's a root fossil. It only needs to be okay for like 2 more minutes. Because that's the second root fossil. I'm actually gonna be just adding those already. It doesn't matter because I'm gonna be checking them anyways. If I find it on Sword already, then, you know, I'll just be... I need to be adding or, you know, subtracting from it anyways. It doesn't make a difference. Because, you know, it's always gonna be 25 plus or 25 minus. Okay, let's see. Oh boy. Another empty day? It isn't too surprising to me. Another empty day indeed. I will of course be seeing that in a moment. Well, that's done. Okay. I feel like there's 2 more still of the dome fossils to be dealt with, though. I could be already opening this, to be fair. For the double checking. Let's check fortune. And let's try to nickname another one of them. Yeah, there was another one there. I thought so. Nope. This should be the last one, though, I would like to say. I think that it should be going any further than that. Yeah, last one. Let's check the Caputos out then. Unfortunately, no on the Caputos. I'm gonna be double checking these dudes, but I'm pretty sure that there is snow for here as well, but it doesn't indeed be hurting to be double checking. Is everything? Yeah. Yep. It is indeed it for today. Tomorrow we do indeed be continuing this. But yeah. Thanks for watching and sticking around. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. And remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed tomorrow. Until then, bye!